Roundtable talks. Roundtable conference. Akwa Ibom. Abia. No, Akwa Ibom can sit there, then Bayelsa over there. Delta should be there. Delta after behind this table. Delta behind this table. You were here yesterday, but now you just go one table behind, please. Delta goes one table behind, please. Good morning, sir. Fine, thanks. Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, second table.
We were here yesterday, Delta.
Some activities will take place here, so this place is going to be left.
We are just giving you your respect here. That's why you don't want to. Yes, thank you, sir. Thanks for your understanding.
No, next table. Delta, next table.
Excuse me.
Abia here. Yes, Delta, next table, please. Delta, just next table. No huge adjustment, just stepping one step behind. Thank you. Thank you. Abia. Akwa Ibom here. Yes, Akwa Ibom here. Cross River State over here. Cross River State over here. Okay, great. Cross River, Delta, Edo, and then Imo. This is Akwa Ibom. Save the trouble.
I hope I recognize you very well.
You're welcome.
So let's all get down to serious business now because we have just 1 hour, of which about 10 minutes are gone already.
It is you and me who have to become the but it's not the beneficiary of that. You have to establish that that student had a hand in what happened before you can punish him. You are doing it. What is the product? When the man what will be the crime? What will be the crime that they want election? No, what is the crime?
This one. If you write this one, if you write the phone number. That's what the music will be. That's why if you write this one, write your phone number.
So, this one will become a seriousness in our politics.
Of course, it will have as a deterrent.
You work out all this. Okay, at this age, you want to go right to it.
Don't have to be valued. We were all told here before the previous election that Trump. And who's a fellow? At the end of the day, they will contest that election. It simply tells you that certain decisions they will not be yes, but yes, sometimes when judges make decisions, what they call principle of national interest,
We had organizations.
even the cost of revisiting the process. Because there's something that you say, like you are judging, and you are saying Nigeria should have as the good process as and the question will be, what is the cost? National okay, what is the cost?
That's right, they never. That's right. Look at the cost. And the good look at it.
Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is. In the university of if exams, how many people pass? Now, can you shut down the whole university? Is it possible for you to say that everybody can fail? And that university still exists? No.
You give
So what do we do? When we don't fail exams, you don't understand. We must face this. When we get there, you see that's what my argument is. They cannot. Tell me where it's happening. The China example, listen, the China example, the China I did was a dictatorship. Yes. The man took over the government by force. And it was super agreed. So you can we have already accepted we don't see. No, understand that. No, we are saying that even if by what system, you can't do it in a democratic system. So we continue to by the rod. Understand my argument? I know.
There are different ways of managing things. But if you use this style in managing things, you are not
what is worship? You start the principle of worship of God is right. But the way you worship God in the Pentecostal church is different from the way you worship in the Catholic. But the same worship.
That's going to defend this issue now is what the content
I'm telling you. All these things are in context. What is happening? There's protests in
Hello, everyone. We have 30 minutes. 30 minutes to round up now, so we should begin to tidy up our respective syndicate group work jobs. 30 minutes, please. So let's tidy up. Thank you very much.
make what it was way back. Far more than it was when they came in. Our own house.
Can you take Ghana? See, Ghana, the whole everything in Nigeria is not of the South Sudan. The whole of Ghana is not of the South Sudan. So you carry Ghana outside. Don't have it.
Maybe somebody got
This man, sit down. You are not wrong.
my opinion.
I think we prefer I think what to
All right. What you know, we have activities left, and I will have the lady in university. We did a lot yesterday, and all we did regarding I will have potential. That's all. We had some projects that we wanted to some of them are from Sample.
So we have 15 minutes left. Let's try it up now. 15 minutes left. Essentially 10 minutes really, so we can resettle in our groups with the other 5 minutes. 10 minutes to wrap up. Another 5 minutes to resettle on our seats for the next session. Thank you. 10 minutes to wrap up. Another 5 minutes to resettle in our seats. Thank you very much. say it's time to resettle in our regular plenary session positions now. It's time to resettle in our positions now so we can take the next session. Interestingly, some groups have finished already and have gone into group photo sessions. So let's resettle in our groups. Meantime, a key was forgotten at the secretariat desk. So in case you're looking for a key, or car key, go to the secretariat and prove ownership. Go to the secretariat and prove ownership and reclaim your key. Thank you. The next plenary session starts in 3 minutes, where we will, among other things, be presenting the results of our syndicate group work.
Fantastic. So let us.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank our facilitator, Mr. Ate Berdugo, for championing this session, the syndicate sessions. He has asked that we wrap up as quickly as possible so we can take our seats so that the presentations will begin in no time. So please wrap up the sessions so we can take back our seats. Thank you very much. I'd also like to respectfully plead with us to listen to the protocol officers as well as the ushers when they assign us to sit at a particular position, please. Thank you. And day 2 of the Nddc 2025 Budget Conference and PSD Forum is fully in session, and the presentations will begin in no time. Thank you very much.
An African proverb says, if you plan for the people without the people, then you are planning against the people. And Nddc has shown very bright example in planning with the people, for the people. And the principles of participatory governance indicate that public participation is not just a box to tick, it's a way to establish legitimacy and foster partnership and undertake projects that reflect the real needs of the people. And that's what Nddc has so robustly done here. So I hope it's been a fulfilling session so far that will translate into accelerated transformation of the region. So let's tidy up and take our seats as we progressively advance into the next session. I see some groups are still dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Let's do that quickly so that we can wrap up and go into the next session.
Yeah, see what they're doing.
finished, the participants of the groups should please sign the output so that it will, serve to pass to Nddc that this is the result of the consultations undertaken by these persons. Those that have finished their jobs, and indeed all groups, as you finish, please let the participants sign. Put their names and their signatures. Names, designations, and signatures. So if you're a traditional ruler, a representative of the state government, put your name, your designation, and your signature and sign so that it will be part of the report going to Nddc to indicate that this input was a result of consultation undertaken by this set of people. So please let's go ahead and do that in our respective groups. The secretaries of the groups can coordinate this process and take the output for the participants to sign, beginning with the chairman. Thank you. Or finally the chairman, whichever ways. Let's do that quickly now so that we can.
Did they say we should sign it? Is it? They have done that. Continue with the attendance. Okay. Sign the attendance. Do you need to sign it?
Okay, a little modification of the last announcement. We just realized that everybody has already signed an attendance sheet. So we'll just attach the attendance sheet to the report. I think there's no need for fresh signing of the report. We just attach the attendance sheet to that report. Thank you. But be that as it may, I think the secretary and chairman can sign the report. Secretary and chairman can sign the report, and then the attendance sheet for all the participants will be attached. Secretary and chairman can sign the report. Then the attendance sheet will be attached to indicate all the ones that participated. Thank you very much.
sea, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. the sea, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see.
insights on what should be imputed into the budget of the NDDC 2025 budget. Thank you so much. Any moment from now, tea will be served. Please, would like to ask that everyone remain on their seats as they will be served. Mrs. Thelma Ibegu is coordinating the tea break, so please just be assured that you will have your tea served to you. Also, please ensure that everyone is served. Thank you.
Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see.
Socially stable, policy,
Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see.
master plan that has prioritized health as an enabler towards achieving the expected outcomes. The Nddc, in partnership with Digital e-Health Solutions, the World Health Organization (WHO), and the National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office, has commenced a program to identify poor and vulnerable households through community targeting. Register the members of each identified household into its database, authenticate the database to the national data system, and provide them with access to health care and other social services to ensure no one is left behind. The people of Niger Delta region needs to be healthy to see the benefits of the various solar light projects, move around on the various road projects, benefit from the various education support programs, and participate in various agricultural support activities of the Nddc. The new board and management of the Nddc is fully committed to its mandate and determined to make a difference in the life and experiences of all Niger Deltans. The Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) is the government organization mandated to provide lasting solutions to the socio-economic challenges of the Niger Delta region through the implementation of sustainable human capital development, economic prosperity, social stability, ecological regeneration, peaceful existence, and infrastructure upgrade programs. To actualize the mandate and build a viable future for all people of Niger Delta region, irrespective of their socio-economic status and geographical location, the Nddc has developed a regional master plan that has prioritized health as an enabler towards achieving the expected outcomes. The Nddc, in partnership with Digital e-Health Solutions, the World Health Organization (WHO), and the National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office, has commenced a program to identify poor and vulnerable households through community targeting. Register the members of each identified household into its database, authenticate the database to the national data system, and provide them with access to health care and other social services to ensure no one is left behind. The people of Niger Delta region needs to be healthy to see the benefits of the various solar light projects, move around on the various road projects, benefit from the various education support programs, and participate in various agricultural support activities of the Nddc. The new board and management of the Nddc is fully committed to its mandate and determined to make a difference in the life and experiences of all Niger Deltans. The Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) is the government organization mandated to provide lasting solutions to the socio-economic challenges of the Niger Delta region through the implementation of sustainable human capital development, economic prosperity, social stability, ecological regeneration, peaceful existence, and infrastructure upgrade programs. To actualize the mandate and build a viable future for all people of Niger Delta region, irrespective of their socio-economic status and geographical location, the Nddc has developed a regional master plan that has prioritized health as an enabler towards achieving the expected outcomes. The Nddc, in partnership with Digital e-Health Solutions, the World Health Organization (WHO), and the National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office, has commenced a program to identify poor and vulnerable households through community targeting. Register the members of each identified household into its database, authenticate the database to the national data system, and provide them with access to health care and other social services to ensure no one is left behind. The people of Niger Delta region needs to be healthy to see the benefits of the various solar light projects, move around on the various road projects, benefit from the various education support programs, and participate in various agricultural support activities of the NDDC. The new board and management of the NDDC is fully committed to its mandate and determined to make a difference in the life and experiences of all Niger Deltans. The Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC.
Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see.
Sustainable
difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. Nddc, making a difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see. difference, making a difference, making a difference, you see.
Of the Committee on Nddc. Also here is Distinguished Senator Ekong Samson, Chairman, Senate Committee on Solid Minerals Development. You're welcome, sir. May I once again recognize the presence of Distinguished Senator Chiroba Patrick Ndubueze, Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Nddc, and Chairman, Senate Committee on Steel Development. You're welcome, sir. May I respectfully acknowledge the presence of the NDCO of the NDDC, Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD. Please let's put our hands together for him. And also here is Alabo Honorable Boma Iyaye, Esquire, DSSRS, Executive Director of Finance and Administration of the NDDC. You're welcome, sir. May I respectfully acknowledge members of the House of Representatives here present. We have with us Honorable We're still expecting them to join us. They were here earlier on. May I now recognize the presence of the Chairman of the NDDC, Chinedu Ebie Esquire. You're welcome, sir. Chinedu Ebie Esquire. You're welcome, sir.
Confirm they were there. This guy is from where?
Okay. Earlier on, we had the Director of Economic Growth, Federal Ministry of Budgets and Economic Planning, Awal Mohammed, representing the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have our board members here seated. You're welcome. Our royal fathers, we welcome you all, development partners, critical stakeholders, management committee and directors of the NDDC, you're all welcome. We also have here with us civil society organizations, youth and women groups, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point invite to give us a recap and lessons learned from day one, James Odafe Foley. Please put your hands together for him.
The Chairman, Senate Committee on the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Chairman, Governing Board of the NDDC, the MDCO, the EDFA, the EDCS of the NDDC, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, traditional rulers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my directors, a very good afternoon to you all. You will agree with me that it has been a very tough and diligent and excruciating period through yesterday, thoroughly looking at our programs and the things we do, as well as the budget for the year 2025. I saw yesterday a number of groups really doing critical analysis of the budget. It has been a wonderful one. Yesterday, we had a session beginning with opening prayers and our own very Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Alabo Honorable Boma Iyaye Esquire, who took us through why we were here. And he told us yesterday the essence of the gathering, which was to bring to life and to give teeth and bite to Mr. President's Renew Hope agenda for the Niger Delta. And to give that better flesh, the EDFA told us that the Commission has ensured that all its affairs are conducted in a manner that speaks to transparency. It stated that the gathering was designed to ensure that stakeholders centered documents was prepared and produced on the basis for which the 2005 Appropriation Act of the NDDC will be established. He noted that the projected revenue for the 2025 budget of consolidation, as it was christened, or as it has been christened, is about 1.75 trillion naira, with 752 billion coming from the oil and gas companies, and the balance coming from the federal government, from the statutory allocations of ecological fund and all other funds. The EDFA told us that the budget this year is meant to ensure that everyone participated actively, and that our budget will be delivering legacy projects predominantly driven by PPPs, engagement, and other development partners. He also told us that we are encouraged to therefore participate actively in this process. In his welcome address, the MD CEO, Chief Samuel Ogbuku, PhD, noted that the stakeholders' engagement was the right way to go, as it would be a very difficult thing for one man alone to plan for the region. That planning together makes for sustainable development, and with us putting all our efforts together, that can be achieved. He highlighted some of the projects carried out by the 7th Governing Board of the NDDC since it was inaugurated, and its impact on the region. Most significant of that, he stated, was the Operation Light Up the Niger Delta, which has impacted the region significantly, and to which so many attested yesterday. He noted that the NDDC, beyond that, is looking at setting up mini power grids so that communities can have ways of getting sustainable energy for the development of economic activities and for security of the Niger Delta region. The MDC also said that the Commission is moving from transactional to transformative era and agenda, and that to give teeth to that, the Commission is not only engaging in projects, but also expanding the frontiers of education. He stated that to do that, the Commission has launched and distributed over 25,000 U-lesson stabs to students and pupils of the Niger Delta. The essence of that U-lesson stab is to ensure that even children that are in places where there are no teachers or where they have challenges with school can learn on the go, because these U-lesson tabs contain the curriculum and lessons for each year for schools. Therefore, he encouraged everyone to take advantage of that, and he noted that while the distribution was going on, some schools, some teachers were trying to divert these U-lesson stabs for private use or for sales, and that the Commission made effort to ensure that that did not happen. It therefore encouraged that activities and projects and programs that the Commission initiates should be taken seriously and be guarded. The NDC also mentioned to us the partnership agreements that the Commission has embarked upon over time since the inception of this governing board. The Kaataba Bridge in Andoni area of River State was one of them. A partnership with the LNNG, the Borokri-Okrika Bridge to Port Harcourt, and the Ogbia-Nembe Road, which was completed by the NDDC, though awarded long ago in the year 2012. This project was a tripartite agreement, he said, between the NDDC, the SPDC, and the Bayelsa State government. The Bayelsa State government providing security while the NDDC and SPDC was able to fund that project to completion. That for us is a landmark achievement, and I think we all agree with the MD CEO that that was the right way to go and the good thing to do in the Niger Delta region. The MD CEO also talked about partnership with state governments, and he thanked the state government in a very special way for sending high-powered delegations of their commissioners for economic plannings and some SSG to attend the occasion yesterday. He talked about the partnership with the Imo State government for road construction, as well as other projects. He noted that the Commission's 25th anniversary presents an opportunity, again, that is coming up for people to continue to dialogue with the NDDC and to make things better for the Niger Delta region. The NDC admonish that yes, there may have been problems in the past, there may have been mistakes in the past, but then that is not enough to pull down the NDDC. That we are all humans, we can make mistakes. That this board, the 7th governing board, is here to correct the wrongs and the challenges and the shortcomings of the past board while building on their strength. He implored all stakeholders to draw our attention to areas that they think we need to improve upon and not to castigate us clamoring for dissolutions of the board of NDDC. He informed us that between the year 2015 and 2023, we've had about 9 management and boards of the NDDC, a high turnover situation that has accounted for the abandonment of projects in the past. In his own address, our own very chairman, Mr. Shedu A.B. Esquire, informed stakeholders of the steps the Commission is taking to re-engineer its workings by the engagement of KPMG, a renowned international organization, to help us draw up a governance structure for the Commission. And that governance structure has been completed, stated, and that we are putting them into use. Mr. Chiedu Ebe also re-emphasized the need for stakeholders to work with the NDDC to ensure that the high turnover of boards and management does not occur so that projects, especially legacy projects, can be completed. He stated that the NDDC is going to be anchored on those key governance structure to make for better delivery of our projects. Thereafter, we had goodwill messages. First of that was His Royal Majesty, Major General Felix Mujakboro, the Roger of Okbe and National Chairman Trumpcon, who commended the NDDC for its impact on the region in such a short time. He said that if people are to be appointed into offices, or people are appointed into offices and they have no vision, they are not prepared, they certainly will not do well. He therefore thanked this board and management of the NDDC for their preparedness. He specifically said because of the preparedness of the NDDC, the MDCO, the chairman, the NDDC has been able to carry out the completion of legacy projects for which he was very happy. He stated in a very special way that the light of the projects, light of the Niger Delta is one that should be applauded and commended. But he also asked that the NDDC should make provision for the maintenance and sustenance of these projects. And that finally, this project should be handed over to communities so that these communities will be able to take ownership. He lauded the partnership that the Commission is creating with stakeholders, especially with traditional rulers, because the traditional rulers, for him, were the first people who are the grassroots to receive the heat of the people and the complaints of the people. That is not just politicians alone. In his own remark, the chairman Senate Committee of the House of Representatives of the 9th Assembly, am I correct, sir? 10th Assembly, told us that they have been working in partnership with this NDDC board and management, and they will continue to. That in pursuance of Mr. President's agenda for participatory governance and project management, and Mr. Senate President's own leadership, they will continue to partner with us because inclusivity is very important. That they will ensure that their right appropriations are made for the NDDC, and that with that, funding will be available to ensure our projects are completed. The representative of the Ministry of Niger Delta, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Mary Ogbe, PhD, also in a keynote address, commended the NDDC for, in a very special way, taking the word out of her mouth. Because she said the PPP is the way to go, and that the NDDC has already started doing that. She encouraged the NDDC to continue in that regard. She noted that the NDDC as a regional development commission was not only overseeing budgets, but was also shaping destinies as it embodies the custodians of the region's growth, guardian of its resources, and architects of its future. In the light of this, therefore, she said that it is important that in the face of declining resources, the NDDC must show leadership to ensure that our budgets are not only resilient, but we will be able to use it to create a vibrant region for future generations. And that the budget should lay at the heart of all transformation agenda of the NDDC. She remarked that we must spend time to reflect and believe in the budget, as they are not mere financial instruments, but they are normative footprints and reveal in clear terms that the values we prioritize and the future we aspire to build are what our budgets mirrors. For her, therefore, our priorities should be aligned to global needs and the needs of the people of the region. She said that regional commissions were uniquely placed to localize development, and thus regional budgeting must go beyond routine allocations. It must be a strategic tool for long-term sustainability. Continuous stakeholders' engagement, she advised the NDDC, must be sustained, which factors people of rural communities. Aligning budget with global needs is also very important for her, and that we must take that seriously. She also emphasized the need for investment-focused budgeting, as well as value-based budgeting. She also, in addition, stated that there is a need for building of institutions that are transparent and people with technical capacity, and that we must have clear-cut financial management systems with key performance indicators to manage our performance, our budget performance, and our day-to-day performance. For on financial visions, she said, with tight constraints, she commended the NDDC for exploring and embracing partnership with the private sector, leverage climate and development funds from bilateral and multilateral sources, and promote strategies that are soundly formulated to attract investment. She made a bold call to leadership that we must, as a people, show leadership in everything we do, and that true budgeting must reflect justice and equity and the aspirations and dreams of every citizen. She called on the NDDC to not just budget for roads and bridges, but for dignity, inclusiveness, and opportunity, and more importantly for the future, realigning budgeting as a strategic driver of sustainability. Thereafter, the session, as we all know, broke into syndicate sessions for us to do the nitty-gritty, the main thing of yesterday's this conference, ladies and gentlemen, those were the activities of yesterday, and it is our hope that what will come out of from our syndicate sessions would have been hinged on those addresses. Thank you, and God bless.
That was a recap of the activities yesterday by Mr. James Odafe-Fole. Please a round of applause for him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the recap was going on, some of the House of Representatives members walked in. We have in our midst Honorable Victor Abang, representing the committee chairman, House Committee on Nddc. Honorable Victor Abang, you are welcome. Please a round of applause for him. In our midst also is Honorable Abel David Fwa, member of the committee. You are welcome, sir. Also in our midst this afternoon is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Regional Development, Dr. Mary A. Obe. You're welcome, ma'am. Not leaving out our dear Executive Director, Corporate Services, Honorable Ifedayo Abegunde. We recognize you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you. Once again, let me recognize Senator Austin Akobondo, who was recognized in absentia. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to the mic Mr. Steve Oneheme for the presentations from the syndicate groups. A round of applause for Mr. Steve.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I rest on existing protocols. So yesterday we had the syndicate groups broken out into each state alphabetically, and the mandate was simple for the groups, which were made up of the state reps, the state director, and community members from the various states, to look at the budget proposals for each of the states. There was a guideline in terms of the framework on how the budgets were put together and the various principles that they should adhere to. So the committees didn't quite have enough time yesterday to complete the work. Most of them have completed today. So what we're going to do is then call the secretaries for each of those committees to come forward and give us a summary of what they want for their states. Primarily what we're looking at is what are the things that you want that are missing, and what you want them to, what should be added, what should be removed, or what should be suppressed, or what should be focused on as priority. So without further ado, we will call on Abia State, the director for Abia State, to come forth and do his presentation. We will try to be timely in this, so we shouldn't take more than 5 or so minutes per presentation. We don't need to read out the whole long list of items. We simply need to summarize. So Abia Rep, Abia State Director, please. Okay, so you did for Abia. Okay, so we have Mr. Promise here for Abia. Please go ahead.
The chairman, Senate Committee on NDDC, and other distinguished senators here, the members of the House of Reps here, the chairman, 7th Governing Board of NDDC, and other members of the 7th Governing Board here, the MD CEO, and all the executive directors here, the permanent secretary, Minister of Regional Development, other protocols duly observed. I have been nominated by the Abia State stakeholders to make a presentation for the adoption of a 2025 budget of Abia State. And my name remains High Chief Promise Oleka. I am honored to present the 2025 budget of the Abia State for consideration and adoption and for onward transmission to the President for approval. This budget, titled Budget of Consolidation, aims to drive socio-economic transformation and improve the lives of Abia citizens. In line with the promise of the present board and management of NDDC to make 2025 budget participatory, one which is evident of why we are here, various stakeholders in Abia State, comprising our able distinguished senator representing Abia Central, Colonel Austin Akobondo, retired, Abia State representative in the 7th Governing Board, Chief Eruba Dimba, members of TROPCOM, HOSCOM, civil societies, some management staff of the commission, having reviewed the draft 2025 budget, which to state as follows: an aggregated revenue of 89.5, representing 30% decrease from the 2024 budget, is allotted to Abia State for 2025 fiscal year, based on the approved sharing formula of the commission. A further review of the draft budget shows that budgeted costs for some projects are inadequate due to high inflationary rate. This forum met and amended all affected projects to conform to the present day rate of the commission. The forum also observed that allocation of funds to projects were done in sectorial basis against the line item. This initiative was adopted by the Abia State stakeholders present. Also, a review also showed that several duplicated projects, completed projects, and commissions projects were still found in the budget. The forum identified all those projects and were removed. And the highlight of the 2025 budget is as follows. The capital budget is 66.3 billion, accounting for 74% of the total budget accrued to Abia State. Focusing on road project got 36.4 billion for various road projects across the 17 local governments, which represents 53% of the capital budget. Agriculture, 1.6 billion. Education, 7.3. Healthcare, 2.9. Water scheme, 2 billion. Governance and social services got 7.3 billion. Then there's a provision for legacy debt, for payment of legacy debt onto contractors. Abia State budgeted 4.2 billion. Then the recurrent expenditure is 23.2 billion, covering personnel costs, social benefit, and overhead costs. Having reviewed the draft budget and made some amendments, the stakeholders expressed worry on the declining revenue accruing to Abia State. They implored the government to ensure that all the oil wells located in Abia State are made functional and secured from vandal, to ensure that the revenue of the state does not decline on that account. On this note, the stakeholders hereby consider and approve this budget, which is designed to sustain the momentum of our development agenda and improve the lives of Abians. With this budget, we aim to create a brighter future for our state and its people. We further request that on completion of projects, a proper handover be done to enable the benefiting communities buy into the project and utilize them appropriately. All the amendments, the soft copy of the amendment has been sent to the Secretariat. On this note, I want to thank the management for giving us this opportunity. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Promise. Okay, for the other members that are coming up, the representatives, please, I just want to make a note. We already have existing protocols set. We want to do this very quickly. You got about 5 minutes each. So can we have the next rep for BIOS? Akwa Ibom. Is Akwa Ibom ready? Is Akwa Ibom ready?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you just introduce yourself and then you go straight into the summary. And then Biosa, please get ready. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I stand on the existing protocols for want of time. My name is Evron, Director, Akwa Ibom State Office. The stakeholders in Akwa Ibom State were 16 in the syndicate session. Based on the terms of reference, we identified projects that were duplicated and sorted them out. Legacy projects also were identified and were focused on ensuring priorities and remove constraints, continuity and completion. A lot of projects, the contingent of management's prioritization with regards to state projects to be completed and sustained. Priorities session had agreed that priority projects in the 2025 budget in Akwa Ibom State should align with legacy and critical projects. All producing and pipeline areas were carefully selected and appropriated. Balance session agreed on equitable distribution of funds within sectors covered by the 2025 Akwa Ibom State budget and spread to all LGAs according to equality of states and local government areas in the state. During the session, the following observations were suggested: that the 2025 budget estimate as it affects Akwa Ibom State is not only cross-sectoral in outlook, but that if implemented will contribute meaningfully to the development of the state and the region. Session was of the opinion that though broad, the budget estimate should be more needs-based. Arising from the above, the need to factor more critical, people-oriented projects into the budget with respect to some sectors were necessary as follows. Education. Session observed that for sustainable results under education, there should be fencing of all the primary schools and secondary schools rehabilitated or constructed by the Nddc. This is to provide adequate security of the critical infrastructure and the investments. Particular emphasis were made that the solar light up market data project should be extended to all the schools that we have intervened, that security will be improved if those places are lit up as a first instance. And then there was a need to provide improved sanitary, water and public toilets in the schools, as what they have today is outdated pit toilet, which is no longer sustainable for the children and the pupils. Then teachers' quarters should be constructed in the schools to enable the interest of teachers in putting in their best to interact with their pupils and students. Moreover, to ensure a generally accepted project spread across the 3 senatorial districts, construction to rehabilitation works were suggested in a few schools listed. I won't be able to list all of them for want of time, but it was listed. We're going to submit it. In ecology, we identified some sites, erosion sites that are new, that was not captured in the draft document. So we've included them in the new proposal. In energy, a lot of communities were crying for transformers to be installed in their communities and electrification projects. So we listed a few communities that had no electricity. In health, Yes, we identified some health centers that are in very bad shape that were not captured in the draft, so we've added them. For roads, to be more comprehensive, the following roads should be added to the road infrastructure as proposed by the Nddc Akwa Ibom State stakeholders. A few roads here were listed, which I'm not going to list. Water supply. Session suggested that for a broader spread, the following communities deserve the provision of water supply. Namely, a few communities were listed that were not captured, so we added that to the new proposal. In conclusion, Akwa Ibom State people are filled with gratitude to the board and management of the Nddc for this rare Nddc stakeholders engagement. It is our sincere belief that if the 2025 Nddc budget is implemented as proposed, it will mark a crowning season of change as championed by the 7th board of the commission. This is signed by Apostle Abasi and Deacon Nkono, Akwa Ibom State representative of the Nddc board and the chairman of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm that your sheet with the changes has been signed off by the members of the committee. Okay, so that when it's submitted, it's all right. Okay, thank you so much. All right, can we have Bayelsa State? Vanessa.
Your Excellencies, protocols duly observed. My name is Elder Senator Dimaro, Bayelsa State Rep in the Nddc board. Yesterday we had the syndicate section with most of our members present, including the MD, the governor's representative, and the secretary to government, who also represented the government. I went through the budget and saw that provisions have been made to cover almost all the local government areas. And in some cases, they are given a position where specific communities are not mentioned, but provisions are made for almost all aspects of it. Going through it, we now consider some few projects to be added into the budget. One of them was the construction of Odenware Kokorosi Bridge, be added to the 2025 budget. A second one was also a provision of 5 million for the road going to Ekirimo Pretorbene Age Road, which was also indicated in the budget, but provision was not made. And the third one, to observe that some projects were found in other local governments, but those collections were also being made by the committee. Promo Oyama Ekewe Purumbri Road was also considered to be included in part of the budget we are presenting today. We also look at soil protection and review of all soil protections projects in Bayelsa State. Then on this, we also have a provision should be made for survey. There should be design and award of following projects: Blue, Kabiama, Amatulu, Okumbri, Porebini, Link Roads. Then soil protection on Orua. These were some of the things we considered. But as we round up, the team that were there really appreciated the Nddc management team, the board, for consider this process to making them to make inputs in the budget for Nddc, and pray that what they have provided today to stand the test of time as we go to the National Assembly and come back and let this project be executed. Thanks for listening. And God bless all.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a very efficient delivery and completion. Of course, with the MD part of that team, we expect nothing less. I'd like to call on to Delta State. Cross River have pleaded that we should push them out so that they can complete their process. So let's call on Delta State to come and put up their reports. And not because I'm from Delta State, but I must say that Delta was very, very efficient in doing this yesterday, and we must commend the chairman who provided some leadership inside that process. So, Director, please come up and do your thing.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, standing on already established protocol, stakeholders from Delta State at the syndicate session yesterday and today deliberated on the draft budget for 2025. And essentially, we all agreed that the trust should be ensuring completion of key legacy projects and initiation of a few new ones. To that end, we all agreed on a list of 10 projects, which I have here. For want of time, I can't really list them. We all agreed on 10 priority projects, both old ones and a few new ones, which we made adequate provisions for in the proposed 2025 budget. The other sectors and the various sectors of the draft budget, we all observed that indeed there was a proper spread of the projects across all states in lines with the provided guidelines. So, in summary here, the 10 projects the stakeholders all agreed on as the priority project for 2025, we all duly signed that these are the projects we want this 2025 budget to address for the benefits of Deltans in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very concise. Okay, so we have the next state, Edo State, another very efficient group. Is Edo ready? Madam? Okay, she's on her way. Madam, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. In line with the framework for the session, we have a summary of a review of the proposed budget for the Nddc in Edo State for the year 2025. Our team included, but it's not exclusive to, members of some NGOs and host communities. And we jointly agreed that the sector of roads and bridges was very critical to Edo State at this time. We therefore chose to redirect our funds there. So very similar to what Delta State has done. Of course, you know we used to be Bendel states together, so we are sister states. We chose to do it something similar to that. And so stakeholders concluded on deleting duplicated projects appearing in the regional budget, including those established to have been taken over by the states and local government areas. And then we gathered this sum and pushed more into roads and bridges. At the end of the day, we were able to delete and add a sum of a little over 22 billion. And the stakeholders are in attendance of the collective opinion that this conclusion reflects the desire of our people back home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the summary of what we did in Edo State. Thank you so much to the board. Thank you very much to the National Assembly, and thank you to all other authorities in charge that have made this possible for us. We are grateful.
Thank you so much, madam. Very efficient, very effective delivery. So, Cross River is ready. So please, let's have the rep for Cross River. Thank you.
I am Ita Basidiku, and I have the mandate of my people to make the presentation for and on for Cross River State. What's on the existing protocol and the guideline set and handed over to us. I will say that on option A, which is duplication, we realized when we went through the budget that only 2 of the projects were duplicated. That's the project with serial number 3 and 4 on the budget. Now, on the subhead of legacy projects, we have listed a list of legacy projects that is very dear to our heart. And then while on the legacy projects, we realized that Adiabo Eseku Road was captured, and budgeted for 7 billion. And then from information from the state web, and our understanding is that 10 billion was agreed for it. So we appeal, strongly appeal, and solicit that it be raised to 10 billion. We've listed list of legacy projects which we intend to be captured in the budget. On continuity and completion of project, which is item C, we resolve that the projects are ongoing, and we of course solicit for adequate funding to complete this project. On item D, which is the priority of projects for 2025, we have, as a committee, listed list of our priority projects, which is here in attached. I want to say that at the end of the day, we are quite comfortable with the distribution of funds in the budget across the different LGAs and the different sectors, and we are good to go with the budget. May I also say that we have, as a matter of fact, added a list of additional projects to be executed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just to reaffirm that your list has been signed as it's been attached. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's very good progress from Cross River State. So can we have the next states in line? Let's have, that will be Imo. Do we have Imo? Is Imo set ready? Ondo? Ondo is ready? If Ondo is ready, please let's have Ondo while Imo is... Oh, okay, looks like we got Imo here now. So after Imo, we get Ondo, and then we get Rivers.
Senate Committee on Nddc, MD, traditional rulers here present, all other protocols observed. Good afternoon. In the Imo State Project Stakeholders Committee, we sat yesterday and today. We reached far-reaching decisions on the distribution of the lean funds that were allocated to the state. And particularly the traditional rulers frowned at the amount as our envelope, and they were asking why our gas resources have not been captured in the sharing of the envelopes, because Imo State has one of the largest gas reserves, which is being tapped now but not captured in the sharing. That was the statements from the Trumpcom people, the Trumpcom chairman in Imo State. We looked at the budget and saw our envelope. Envelope was 70.1 billion for Imo State, and allocated variously to agric, education, energy, power, canalization, health, road and bridges, governance and social services, and legacy debt, including and also water supply. We, according to the guidelines set for the draft project preparation, the Imo State Stakeholders Committee, including a former Imo State rep on the board of Nddc, Eze Imaso, and the other Ezes, traditional rulers from Imo State, we jointly agreed, including the senator representing Okigwe in the Senate. We jointly agreed and had identified 17, we identified existing projects from the regional budget, 17 of them, and we indicated for them to be funded and completed because of the enormous economic benefit it will bring to the people of Imo State. Among these projects have been long abandoned Ubuta Lake Bridge and Access Road, Asaobi Internal Road, the Amogoke, Ezoke and Izerem Igbem Road, Umalumoke, Ore, Igbem, Umelemaya Road, linking Enugu State to Imo State, the Abacheke electricity project. These are projects that are in existence in the regional budget that have been abandoned for long now. The stakeholders of the view that this project should be revisited and completed by the Nddc. We also included one project to be funded and put in the regional project, which is the equipping and installation of the assorted accessories in the operating theater complex of the Federal Teaching Hospital in Owerri. This teaching hospital was formerly the Federal Medical Center Owerri, which is now the only tertiary institution for medical health and emergencies. So the stakeholders saw this institution as a place that we can use for our own, for the people of Imo State, emergencies and difficult operations to be carried out in this location. So in that effort, we decided to fund it, to put it in the regional project for funding. In the normal Imo State project, we included 15 new projects to cut across the 27 local governments of Imo State. We with special attention to the oil producing areas, in line with the sharing formula of oil revenues. In all, the people of Imo State are so grateful to the Commission for the light up of the Niger Delta program that has lit up many communities in Imo State. And they are also asking that the communities that this project has not been reached, Nddc should reach them because of the enormous benefits of the Light Up Niger Delta program. The committee also, the stakeholders committee also looked at the provision of solar water projects for our communities. This solar water project will curb the incidence of waterborne diseases and also reduce the risk of long treks to rivers and lakes by our children. The stakeholders committee also suggested that all the projects that have not been awarded in the budget, the 2024 budget projects, all the projects there that have not been awarded, we identified some of the projects that are beneficial to the people of Imo State. I'm going to put them in the 2025 draft budgets and also make them a 2025 project by putting funds that will be able to carry the project instead of the funds that are available there that cannot be able to carry the project if awarded. We also submitted the projects, the 15 new projects which are attached here because of want on time. I will read them. We have also submitted it to the DEX for capture and onward presentation to the Budget Committee. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Just to affirm that this has been signed by all the committee members and represent your interests. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost there. We have Ondo State next. Do we have the rep for Ondo State? Careful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to change it now. We agree together that
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was presentation of the draft budget from the various states and groups. While we await the presentation of the communique, let me respectfully invite to the mic for the closing remarks Adia MDCO Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, for the closing remarks. Please a round of applause for him.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while resting on the existing protocol, I just want to say thank you to all of you for, if not for anything, honoring the people of the Niger Delta with your presence. You were not here because you don't have any other business. You were here because you thought it was very, very necessary to represent your people, using whatever platform you have, either as a traditional ruler, as a legislator, as a civil society person, as a staff of NDDC, as a youth leader, as a woman leader, coming together as people of the Niger Delta to represent our people. You will agree with me that this process was very, very transparent. The process was not manipulated. I had the opportunity of attending my state session, and I could see that even all the inputs that were made were adopted, and I believe all those who were part of it will be satisfied. What I will assure you is, having been part of this process, is to ensure that whatever we've decided here reflects in the final outcome of the 2025 budget of NDDC. I'm saying that on good authority, that at least even our brothers from the National Assembly, they are part of the process, because they are the only ones that have the power of appropriation. So if they were here with us, that means we have all agreed, isn't it? So at least they are here with us. That is to say, they've agreed that for the fact that they were also part of the session, they have also made their own inputs. And it is going to be a reflection of what we all agreed. You see, this is what is called participatory democracy. And that is what the NDDC is trying to do. This process started from the state, with the state budget committees, where the state government and other persons were involved. It came to this level. Even me as the MDCU, I was seeing this budget for the first time yesterday. And after this process, the budget will now be handed over to me. We in the management committee of NDDC will now look at the budget and possibly look at areas where we need to make corrections, especially in line with our principles of sharing, to ensure that the sharing reflects our policy, which is 50% on equality of states and the remaining 50% on ratio of production, because it is now left for us to now do justice to the budget. When we finish, the budget will now go to the board of the NDDC, where the board will now go through the budget, ratify what we have done, and approve it. When the board approves, we will now forward it to the ministry. Then the ministry will now onward forward it to the presidency before the budget will now come to the National Assembly. But you see what the PSD has done. The PSD has already incorporated everybody that would have been part of this process. The PAMSEC is here representing the ministry. So she will also attest to the fact that, yes, this is what the people agreed, isn't it? When it gets to the ministry. The National Assembly members, when it comes to them, they will now know that, yes, ab initio, we were part of it. Even the Ministry of Budget, Ministry of Finance, they were all invited to at least see the process of which we are coming up with this 2025 budget. The whole idea is to ensure that everybody was part of this process. It might not be very, very perfect, but I can assure you that as it goes on, we are going to improve on this process. It is all about trying to ensure that the people of the Niger Delta, at the end of the day, they are the victors. Because whatever we're doing in our various capacity is to ensure that the people of the Niger Delta are satisfied that they have capable leaders in the position of their traditional rulers, in the position of the legislators, those who are appointed into the board of the NDDC, those who are the staff of the NDDC, those who are civil society leaders, youth leaders, women leaders. We're all representing our people in various strata. So we have done a very good job, that I can confirm. And I believe by the time the PAMSEC goes back, she will also report back to the minister that we did a very good job. From the presentations, we did not get any objection. If there were to be any objection from the various presentations from the various states, probably would have heard from the audience. But everybody applauded, alluding to the fact that this is what they all agreed. So I want to say thank you to all of you. It has been a very, very long day, 2 days specifically, and on behalf of the chairman of the board of NDDC and other members of the governing board, I want to say thank you to all of you for your contributions, and we're assuring you that that mandate you've given to us to represent you, you'll be well represented. And will ensure the way our National Assembly members have promised us that once the budget comes to them, they are going to pass it with the speed of light. Just the way they did last year. For the first time, our budget was passed within 24 hours. That is when you have the Senate President as your own. So we are lucky to have the President of the Senate from this region, who has also been a minister of Ministry of Niger Delta before. So he understands the importance of NDDC to the people of the Niger Delta. And we know this time around, it might even be passed in 12 hours. If last year was 24 hours. So I think we've gotten all those commitments from them. Like when we are seated there, you could see us whispering across, in the National Assembly, they say across the aisle. We are whispering. So I think we're all in agreement. So I'm only just saying this to allay the fears from everybody here, that everybody should be rest assured, relax your mind. The relationship between the NDDC management, the board, and the National Assembly has been very, very cordial. So we're not going to have a situation whereby you think that maybe when your budget gets there, something will disappear. Nothing will disappear. All I know is that they can only add for you. That is the kind of responsible management team we have. The thing you forgot, they will add for you. That's what the National Assembly will do. That thing which you forgot, they will add for you. Because sometimes, sitting down in committees like this, they are the only elected representatives from our people. So sometimes, some of the things you forget, they might also remember that some of these roads are also good because they campaigned round, so people will reach out to them. That's on a lighter note. But seriously, we are all in agreement that this budget is going to come out the way it is, to the satisfaction of everybody, to also assure you that your time was never wasted. So I want to say thank you, PAMSEC, for coming all the way to support us. Your presence also added value to the whole process. Staying here yesterday from the beginning and also ending the process with us shows how committed you are and how serious you take your job. We want to say thank you. We want to say thank you to all the National Assembly members for being with us since yesterday. We know that yes, you're on recess, but that does not mean you don't have oversight functions to carry out. Yet you stayed with us all through yesterday, even attended the syndicate sessions. We want to say thank you very much. You added quality to what we have done so far. We want to say thank you to all the resource persons, our traditional rulers, all the participants. Let me say special thanks to the secretariat who have been working for weeks before now to ensure that we come up with this report. Thank you to the media and everybody. And as you go back, we wish you safe journey back home to your various destinations. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the NDC. Andy, thank you for those kind words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the reading of the communique. Let me, at this point, respectfully invite to the mic the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics and Management Information System, Patterson Ogon, PhD, for the reading of the communique. The Chairman, Senate Committee on the NDDC, other distinguished senators here, PAMSEC, Ministry of Regional Development, my MD, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a communique issued at the end of the Niger Delta Development Commission 2025 Budget Conference, PSD, held in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, from 9th to 11th of June 2025. Preamble. The NDDC convened the 2025 Budget Conference, PSD Forum, in furtherance of the resolve of the current governing board and management of the NDDC to transit the Commission from transaction to transformation, and in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Against the background of this 25th anniversary celebration, the NDDC acknowledged the need for stakeholder involvement and input in the conceptualization and preparation of its 2025 budget. This budget conference, PSD Forum, therefore reflects the Commission's commitment towards ensuring that the 2025 budget indeed represents the needs of the people of the Niger Delta. Theme. The budget conference PSD Forum had the theme Budget of Consolidation 2025 and had in attendance stakeholders from the region, including members of the National Assembly, principal members of the Commission, traditional rulers, professionals, officials from the 9 state governments, civil society organizations, amongst others, to constructively and deliberate on needs of the Niger Delta communities and produce a 2025 budget that reflects their needs. Technical session. The technical sessions held on Tuesday and Wednesday, 10th and 11th of June 2025, respectively, at the J Signature Hotel, Port Harcourt. The Chairman Governing Board of the NDDC, Chedu Ebe Esquire, in his address noted that budgeting was crucial to the success of any organization, as getting the budget right translates to getting the projects or service delivery right. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, Chief Samuel Obugu, PhD, in his welcome address, noted that stakeholder engagement was the right way to go, as one man cannot plan for a region. The keynote address was delivered by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Regional Development, Dr. Mrs. Mary Ogbe, in her address titled Budgeting for Sustainable Development, Empowering Regions, Financing the Future. Dr. Ogbe urged members to consider themselves. Messages were received from some dignitaries present, including His Royal Majesty Major General Felix Mujakparo, retired, CFR MNI, National Chairman of Trumcom, Senator Asokwa Ekpenyang, the Chairman Senate Committee on NDDC, commended the leadership of the NDDC for bringing stakeholders of the region together in the PSD Forum.
The Secretary to the Bayelsa State Government, Professor Nihubo Fayawe, on behalf of state governments of the region, thanked the Commission for its efforts to engage with stakeholders. He noted that the whole essence of governance was synergy and the ability to complement one another in service delivery to the people. Syndicates or breakout sessions. The conference PSD Forum dissolved into 9 syndicate sessions along state lines. The syndicate sessions had participation and input from traditional rulers, youth groups, women groups, development partners, civil society organizations, international oil companies, and other critical stakeholders of the region. At the end of the sessions, the following were arrived as resolutions from the entire budget conference / PSD. 1. Funds assigned to budgets should be realistic and adequate in line with current budget economic realities, to ensure that conceptualized projects are completed for the benefit of the communities. 2. In order to avoid cases of leverage climate and development funds from bilateral and multilateral sources to fund projects. 6. The abandonment of projects was a direct result of high turnover of the board and management in the Commission, as no organization thrives with such instability. Participants unanimously agreed on the need to support the current board and management of Nddc in their efforts towards ensuring that the region experiences the development that it needs, rather than clamor for change of administration. 7. Stakeholders unanimously agreed to delete all duplicated projects and channel resources to new road projects and completion of ongoing projects. 8. And finally, stakeholders also canvassed for the removal of some IDP projects and the inclusion of new projects of interest in their communities. This is issued Wednesday, June 11, 2025 in Port Harcourt. Thank you.
That was the reading of the communique by the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Patterson Ogon, PhD. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this Nddc 2025 Budget Conference and PSD Forum. Just before we go for lunch, let me formally invite for closing prayers a Royal Father, His Royal Majesty Oba Obafemi Obaro, the Deputy National Chairman of TRUMCON, to bless the House as we bring this conference to a close. Please may we rise for the closing prayers.
To the God Almighty, the creator of heaven and earth, the beginning and the end, the builder of kings, we bless you for today. We thank you for the life of Nddc. We thank you for this program. We thank you for this budgeting session. God Almighty, take control. As your people is going to our various destinations, so Almighty God, may they go safely to their destination. May you abide with them. May you remain with them. The traditional ruler to be with us. Nddc, Chairman Nddc, I pray personally that you are beginning with good step. We are praying for you to succeed. As this budget is going, I pray against any pardon. I pray against any omission. I pray for addition without omission, without suppression. Let it not be business as usual. In Jesus' name we pray. May our ancestors be with you all. In Jesus'
Please, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman will lead all the dignitaries, our invited guests, to the restaurant on the main building. The directors and other esteemed guests will be here. Please, our directors will go for lunch first before other guests in this hall. Directors will have their lunch first in this hall before other guests. Our chairman will lead our senators, the royal fathers, and other invited guests to the restaurant at the main building. The directors of Nddc and other guests will have their lunch here. Please, may I ask that you remain seated while our directors go for their lunch first before others will join. Thank you. Please, protocol team, take note. Our directors will have their lunch first before any other person in this hall. For our senators, the PAMSEC, the royal fathers, and other invited guests, our chairman will lead the team to the main building restaurant. Thank you. Attention, please. Syndicate groups and those who read the report of the syndicate groups, please submit your signed copies of your presentation to me. Signed copies of syndicate presentations, please. I need your reports. Thank you. Please, our directors should have their lunch first. Our directors should have their lunch first. Please, every other person be seated.